Senate will come to order. Chairman Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, Father of mercy, light, and justice, we acknowledge that we are in your hands. Lord, we ask for your mercy upon this legislative body. Let your Holy Spirit guide them with wisdom, discernment, and courage. Prosper the work you have called them to do, that their decisions may serve the welfare of all people. Strengthen them in times of difficulty and keep them faithful in their responsibilities, inspiring them to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. May all that is done in this chamber reflect your wisdom, honor, and love. We pray in your righteous name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Senator from Iowa.
I'm here to show my support for the Prevent Government Shutdown Act. Before I do that, I want to express my support for the proposed continuing resolution and thank Senator Collins for her leadership to make sure government doesn't shut down if that continuing resolution gets to the president. Now, I do prefer passing 12 appropriation bills. And while I do that, I can say at the same time it's my opportunity to tell my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with us and get your job done to avoid a government shutdown. Funding the federal government is a core responsibility of Congress. The fiscal year begins October 1st each year. If appropriation bills are not signed into law by the September 30th, lawmakers and the president must agree on a temporary spending resolution. That's known as a continuing resolution. That resolution keeps the government open for business. If that fails, the unfunded parts of government shut down. Now, with increasing frequency, the minority party has used the threat or reality of a government shutdown to try and advance partisan political priorities. Over the past 10 years, we've seen 5 government shutdowns. 3 of them, one a full shutdown and 2 partial shutdowns, have occurred in just the past 9 months. Unfortunately, it looks like we could be headed for a 4th before the end of the year. History has repeatedly shown that shutting down the government is not only bad policy, it's bad politics. it has also shown not to be a great bargaining tool. By a bargaining tool, I mean there's some group of senators or sometimes an individual senator will say, we're going to shut the government down until I get some policy that that individual wants or that group of people want. And you know what? Eventually government opens up and the bargaining tool instrument has not served the purpose of the members that shut down the government. It's a simple fact. It costs taxpayers money to shut down the government and even more to reopen it. And in a time of fiscal crisis like we have now, you shouldn't be wasting that kind of money. The government shutdown reduces essential service to the American people, erodes trust of the American people in their government, and limits the ability of Congress to conduct oversight over federal government operations. I believe Congress needs to stop governing from crisis to crisis, respect the appropriations process, and fulfill its constitutional responsibilities to fund the government. For that reason, and the reason I'm here today, is to talk about the Prevent Government Shutdown Act. That act is introduced by Senator Lankford and Senator Hassan. This bill would make government shutdowns a thing of the past by providing an automatic continuing resolution should Congress fail to complete its job of passing appropriation bills on time. Moreover, it would implement rules designed to enforce common sense principle that if Congress doesn't do its job, Congress doesn't go home. Congress needs to work through regular order to fund the government agencies to avoid our Groundhog Day approach to spending each year. Americans deserve better. They should not be asked to pay a price for congressional dysfunction. It is past time that we put an end to the recurring political sideshow of government shutdown. So that's why I say let's enact the Prevent Government Shutdown Act by Senator Lankford and Senator Hassan. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to say that the text of the continuing resolution has been released. It is a strong bipartisan piece of legislation, and I hope it will receive overwhelming support from both parties in the Senate. I'm deeply grateful to Appropriations Chair Collins for her work to produce this legislation in consultation with members of both parties. I also want to thank Senator Murray, Vice Chair of the Appropriations Committee, for her efforts to get this done. I look forward to passing this bill in the next few days. Mr. President, this week we will move our fifth block of civilian nominees, which includes 74 well-qualified individuals. By the end of the week, we will have cleared 95% of the civilian nominees who are eligible for floor consideration. 95%. At this same point in President Trump's first term, there were 155 unconfirmed nominees on the calendar. This year, that number is on track to be about 10. It's the best confirmation track record in a quarter century. As I said, we will have confirmed 95% of the civilian nominees available for confirmation, meaning that we're doing better at this point than we were during President Obama's first term, President Trump's first term, or President Biden's. It didn't always look like we'd be able to achieve this, Mr. President. From the very beginning of his second term, Democrats met President Trump's nominees with a historic level of obstruction. And when I say historic, I do mean historic. Up until extremely recently, President Trump was the only president on record, the only president on record not to have had any civilian nominees approved by unanimous consent or voice vote. Mr. President, that used to be the standard way of approving these nominations. During President George H.W. Bush's 4 years in office and President Clinton's first 4 years, both presidents had 98% of their civilian nominees. 98%, Mr. President, confirmed through unanimous consent or voice vote. President George W. Bush and President Obama both had 90%. And then we get to President Trump's first administration. Democrats introduced an unprecedented new level of partisanship into the historically bipartisan confirmation process, forcing time-consuming votes on civilian nominees who would once have gone by unanimous consent or by voice vote. But despite this, Mr. President, despite this new level of partisanship, both President Trump in his first term and President Biden had more than half of their nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. And then we get to President Trump's current administration. As I said, until recently, he had not had one single nominee confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Zero. So the fact that we're standing here today, Mr. President, with the civilian nominations calendar about to be essentially cleared is pretty impressive. But we've been on a mission, Mr. President, to ensure that the President has his nominees in place so that he can do the job the American people elected him to do. And that included taking action to restore the Senate tradition of en-bloc confirmation of largely non-controversial nominees. And most of all, Mr. President, it included putting in the work. Lots of work in committees, lots of work on the floor, and lots of votes. Lots and lots of votes. And it's paid off. We confirmed 52 Article III judges. 91% of the U.S. attorneys have made it out of committee this Congress. 23 cabinet members, and the list goes on. And we're going to continue to ensure that nominees are confirmed in a timely fashion and that the President is able to have his team in place. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
That's back in a quorum call, right? Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 910.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Erica Schwartz of Florida to be Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Erica Schwartz of Florida to be Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, signed by 16 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider the en bloc nominations listed in SRES 817.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. Pursuant to the provisions of SRES 817, the nominations listed therein are pending en bloc.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of SRES 817, 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar numbers 729.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
On block signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Yes, sir.
President. Mr. President, make no mistake, Todd Blanche has no intention of stopping Trump's corruption. He spent his career enabling it. Instead of seeing Todd Blanche's so-called deal for the sham that it is, Senate Republicans are once again taking Trump's personal attorney at his word. All Blanche's deal does is accept the reality that Trump's MAGA slush fund is never getting through the courts. Blanche's so-called deal does nothing to stop the IRS sweetheart deal that lets the Trump and his family cheat their way out of tens of millions of dollars in taxes. Let me repeat that. Blanche is still perfectly fine with giving Trump a permission slip to commit tax fraud to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. Is the Senate GOP willing to go along with Trump's tax fraud? Blanche certainly is. Senate Republicans keep pretending that Blanche made real concessions on the slush fund. The truth is, he just gave up a fight he had already lost in court. And there's no guardrail preventing Trump and Blanche from using taxpayer dollars to give cash payouts to violent January 6th insurrectionists, MAGA billionaires, and the Trump family. Trump won't even hide his intention to resurrect his MAGA cash rewards program. Just last night, Trump said, quote, "A lot of people like the slush fund." That was his words. He said it. He said it would be reimbursement for the pain that January 6 insurrectionists suffered. Where's the reimbursement for the economic pain Trump has inflicted on the American people with his rampant corruption, his disastrous agenda? No one wants this slush fund other than Trump and his cronies. There's never been a more clear-cut case of self-dealing in American history. Trump sued himself, settled with himself, and then gave himself tax immunity for life and $2 billion to either pocket, in his own pocket from the federal treasury, or pass out to bad people, all at the taxpayer's expense. Senate Republicans, if you truly care about ending this corruption, then work with us to ban it by law. Don't put the architect of Trump's grifts in charge of the Department of Justice. Now on the pardons bill. Justice is supposed to be blind. Under Donald Trump, justice is for sale. Today I'm introducing legislation with Senators Blumenthal, Hirono, Cortez Masto, and Schiff to stop Trump from abusing his pardon power for personal gain. Our No Payoff for Pardons Act will expose, deter, and prosecute corrupt pardons. Trump sees his pardon power as just another opportunity for grift, for graft, for personal profit. The only thing Trump cares about when granting clemency is how much money you have and where your loyalties lie. Trump has wiped out the slate clean for thousands of January 6 insurrectionists, Medicare fraudsters, white-collar criminals, and the other crooks convicted of swindling the American people. The American people always pay the price for Trump's corruption. Pardons are no exception. Trump's pardons have wiped out nearly $2 billion in repayments owed to the victims of these crimes, and it's the same old grift. Trump picks the pocket of law-abiding Americans to enrich criminals, his cronies, himself. In Trump's America, if you have enough money, or if you have the president's ear, then you're above the law. Our bill reaffirms that federal bribery laws apply to the president and that trying to buy your way out of a prison cell is a crime itself. Our legislation would also require anyone who receives a pardon to disclose financial gifts they made in connection with their clemency. We need to bring these corrupt pardons out of the shadows and into the light so that we can stop them once and for all. Finally, on the CR, Senate Democrats have been crystal clear. We want to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, and pass strong bipartisan appropriations bills that deliver for the American people. The CR released yesterday is a responsible pathway to do just that. The bill allows us to continue negotiating a budget that won't leave working families behind. I applaud Senator Murray for her tireless work and her success in preventing Trump's dangerous efforts to politicize federal grants from taking effect as we fight to block it altogether. Throughout these negotiations, Senate Democrats are fighting for the American people. We will continue fighting for a budget that helps Americans get ahead and thwarts Trump's corrupt, costly, and chaotic agenda that is stretching Americans thin. I yield the floor to note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
I remember a time in my childhood when one of my friends didn't show up for school. I asked the people, "Where'd she go?" They shook their heads and said, "Polio." When she finally returned, she couldn't walk without heavy leg braces. I'll never forget the agony I saw in her eyes. Sadly, in my childhood, that story was common. For decades, a kid could go to school healthy and be paralyzed before the end of the day. But suddenly it all changed. Dr. Jonas Salk created the polio vaccine. Dr. Sabin came up with a form that didn't require a needle. By 1979, polio was eradicated in America. A disease that would strike fear in the hearts of everyone was a distant memory. Mr. President, I think there's a special place in history reserved for researchers and scientists like Dr. Salk and Dr. Sabin, who devoted their lives to saving others. People like Norman Borlaug, Edward Jenner, Madame Marie Curie, and Albert Calmette. But there's another person whose name could be on that list as well, someone who has saved millions of lives, both in America and around the world, through his lifetime of public service. His name, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci worked for the National Institutes of Health for 54 years, 38 of which he served as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. He has advised 7 presidents of both parties and seen our nation through countless public health crises, from SARS to avian flu, swine flu, Zika, Ebola, and on and on. Aside from his work against COVID-19, Dr. Fauci may be best known for his work on HIV/AIDS. Dr. Fauci's tireless efforts on HIV/AIDS, both domestically and worldwide, through the creation of PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, is the main reason why this horrible disease is no longer a death sentence. In recognition of his achievement, Dr. Fauci was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2008, our nation's highest civilian honor, from then President George W. Bush. Dr. Fauci is an example of American excellence, a brilliant scientific mind, and yet the Republican Party has chosen to make this doctor, who saved countless lives, a political target. Last week, the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs subpoenaed Dr. Fauci in front of the Congress for a hearing, with the express goal of humiliating and vilifying him. For nearly 3 hours, my Republican colleagues berated, cursed, and insulted a man who has dedicated his life to protecting the health of American families. This behavior is below the dignity of the Senate. Put simply, it was an embarrassment. If my colleagues had genuine concern for America's public health, they would turn their attention instead to the destruction wrought by this administration's anti-science agenda. Listen to this roll call. Measles cases are at a 35-year high in the United States of America. Whooping cough has resurged. Our response to the hantavirus and cyclospore outbreaks has been abysmal, and hundreds of thousands of people have died due to the administration's vaccine skepticism and public health cuts. If my Republican colleagues want to hold hearings, perhaps they should hold one on the impact of President Trump's cuts to NIH research funding, which have slowed research into heart disease, cancer, and Alzheimer's. Or they could investigate how the FDA has lost 20% of its staff under this administration, deeply damaging food safety efforts. If they were truly concerned for America's health, they would hold hearings on the fact that ACA premiums are doubling for many families across the United States because of the Republicans' big, beautiful bill. These are the real health crises of the day, all entirely of this administration's own making. But my Republican Senate colleagues have chosen to ignore real life and death issues to relitigate COVID conspiracy theories, not in an effort to learn what might have gone wrong or how to prepare for the next pandemic, but instead to try and tear down a man who's devoted his entire life to lifting others up. Dr. Fauci deserves an apology for the way he was treated by my colleagues, and the American people deserve better than the pitiful display we saw in the Senate last Wednesday. Now, Mr. President, I have a statement I'd ask consent to put in a separate place in the record. Mr. President, across Illinois, families are opening up their mail and confronting a painful reality. Health care is becoming very difficult to afford. For millions of Americans who buy their own insurance through the Affordable Care Act, the problem became much worse this year after the Republicans on the other side of the aisle allowed enhanced premium tax credits to expire. These credits help working families afford coverage, especially people who do not get health insurance through their employer, including small business owners, independent contractors, and farmers. The average monthly premium for people buying coverage for the ACA Marketplace health insurance increased by 58% this year alone. And many Americans have been forced to switch to plans with higher deductibles just to keep their monthly premium within reach. Others have dropped health insurance altogether. ACA enrollment in my state dropped by 15% because premium costs pushed my constituents out. For farmers, this health care affordability crisis is particularly painful. Farming is not a 9-to-5 job with a benefits package. Many farmers are self-employed. At the same time, President Trump's war in Iran and reckless tariffs, a version of which he reinstated last week after the Supreme Court struck down his batch of effort, are squeezing American farmers and farmers in Illinois. The cost of diesel fuel, fertilizer, and equipment have all skyrocketed. Now, health insurance is added to the list. National Public Radio in Illinois recently told the story of Ben and Paula Steffen, lifelong farmers in Nebraska. Last year, they paid $13,000 annually for health insurance after receiving support from Obamacare, ACA's enhanced premium tax credit. This year, after congressional Republicans refused to extend those tax credits, the Steffens can expect to pay $32,000 annually for coverage, more than double the $13,000 they paid last year. They moved to one of the cheapest plans available. It still carries a $7,200 deductible. It's not just the Steffens in Nebraska. I heard directly from farmers in Illinois who report the same or similar health insurance price hikes. Ben is a farmer from McLean County, self-employed, buys health insurance for himself and his family and their daughter. He told me his family is healthy, but their health insurance now costs $1,458 each month. That's nearly $17,500 annually, just in premiums. Ben told me, quote, "Health care is drowning me." He went on, "That's crushing me. Something has to change. Think about it. A farmer working to support his family and feed this country is paying almost $17,500 a year just to keep his family insured. Yet instead of lowering these costs, President Trump and congressional Republicans have spent the past year making the problem much worse. They allowed ACA's enhanced premium tax credits to expire, despite repeated warnings about what it meant for families. And they slashed $1 trillion from the program called Medicaid. That's a program which is critically important. Think about this for a moment. Every other birth in my state of Illinois is paid for by Medicaid. 70% of the men and women who are in nursing homes in my state are covered by Medicaid. And now the Republicans have proposed slashing $1 trillion from Medicaid in their so-called Big Beautiful Bill, despite pleas from rural hospitals and others that these cuts could be devastating. Rural hospitals are the economic engines of many rural communities, the biggest employer, one of the most important businesses in town. They operate on razor-thin margins and serve a larger share of patients who are uninsured or covered through public programs. As more people lose coverage, rural hospitals and clinics face even greater pressure to cut services. I've seen it happen in downstate Illinois. Hospitals in some of the larger towns have announced that they're no longer going to provide OBGYN services, as an example. For a farmer who may already live miles from the nearest hospital, losing that local hospital or a local clinic, a maternity ward or emergency department can literally be a matter of life or death. Instead of building grand ballrooms on the White House, outfitting new aircraft as Air Force One, and starting an unnecessary war with Iran, the president should be focused on what matters most to Americans, bringing down the cost of living. We should immediately restore the enhanced premium tax credits that made coverage affordable and protect Medicaid in the rural hospitals that communities depend on. We should also be working together to lower healthcare costs, not forcing farm families or other families like Ben's to shoulder thousands more in cost each year. Ben told me, quote, "Something has to change." He's right. In less than 100 days, he'll have his chance to speak as an American about the future and whether we can put up with what we've seen so far. Senate Democrats will keep fighting to make quality health care more affordable and accessible for all, including the farmers, rural communities, and working families across Illinois and America. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. We have our work cut out for us as we work to fund the government for the coming fiscal year. As costs for our families go up and up and up, the president wants a $1.5 trillion war budget, and he wants to cut programs working people depend on to pay for it. No. No way. And as this disastrous war with Iran rages on, Trump is even asking for another $70 billion on top of that to bankroll the war. It is really hard to imagine more backward funding priorities, especially as so many families today are struggling and being hurt by the cuts to health care and food aid. Congress is not an ATM to fund Trump's disastrous wars abroad. So, as I've said many times, we need to rip up the president's budget and write a new one. I've been very clear from the start. We absolutely must prioritize helping families and lowering costs as we do that. And that means rejecting the president's astronomical defense request and instead delivering significantly more funding for our non-defense budget so that we can invest in helping people here at home. Now, it is clear that we will definitely need more time to get this done and reach bipartisan agreement on the funding levels, just as we have done in the Senate for the last 3 years, which then allows us to draft bipartisan bills for FY27. So I am very glad we were able to craft a bipartisan CR to keep the government funded and to make sure we can avert a shutdown that no one wants, while giving us the time to reach a bipartisan agreement on a top line in our funding bills. 2 weeks ago, the House Republicans sent us an incomplete CR with several major issues. It was critical that we address those issues in any CR, and that is exactly what we have done. Perhaps most important, we closed a loophole in the House Republican CR that would have allowed the Trump administration to transfer funding provided for other programs to Border Patrol. That was a non-starter. Until Republicans finally agreed to enact desperately needed reforms to ICE and Border Patrol, we cannot approve another cent for them. This new CR that we have written includes some really important extensions and language that House Republicans did not, and that includes extensions of authorizations for important health, veterans, and infrastructure programs, and language to make sure that key housing programs and a program to help feed low-income seniors can continue serving Americans. This bill also rejects requests from President Trump for even more flexibility and funding for the Pentagon, including $1 billion for Trump-class battleships. And my Democratic colleagues and I pushed very hard and secured an important provision to prevent the Office of Management and Budget from implementing its corrupt new grants rule, which would have required a Trump political appointee to sign off on every last federal grant and empower them to terminate any grant at any point for any reason. That disastrous rule would put politics above science when determining, for example, what cancer research grants to fund. So I'm going to keep working to kill that bill outright as our spending talks continue later this year. Unfortunately, Republicans would not take action in this bill to protect our constitutional power of the purse and prevent Russ Vought from attempting another illegal pocket rescission, nor would they agree to our efforts to extend critical advanced appropriations for infrastructure, which were provided by the bipartisan infrastructure law. That runs out on October 1st. Make no mistake, we will keep fighting to get those priorities done in the negotiations in the fall. We do have a lot of work ahead, and this CR provides us a reasonable runway to get it done. So I hope this CR sets us up to roll up our sleeves and focus on getting to a bipartisan top line so we can then write good bipartisan spending bills. So for all of those reasons, I will be voting yes tonight to advance this bipartisan bill. Finally, Madam President, I can't come to the Senate floor without acknowledging the heartbreaking devastation we are seeing in Spokane and across eastern Washington. My heart is with everyone who's affected by these horrific fires, and please know I will keep doing all I can to make sure the federal government steps up. This short-term funding bill, importantly, includes flexibilities for the Disaster Relief Fund so it can serve our communities in need during the CR. I'm glad FEMA has so far approved the FMEG requests our local officials have made as they are fighting these wildfires. And last night, our governor made a formal request to the president for an expedited emergency declaration. I'm leading our entire congressional delegation, Democrats and Republicans, in urging the president to approve that request immediately. And I do want to say how grateful I am to the fire crews and first responders who are working around the clock to save lives and property, and how inspired I am by the way the Spokane community has come together to support those who have lost their homes or are under evacuation orders. I'll have far more to say on this crisis, but let me close with this. As the Vice Chair of the Appropriations Committee and a voice for Spokane here in the United States Senate, I will do everything in my power to make certain Eastern Washington gets every cent they need to fight these horrific fires and to rebuild and recover over the long term. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa-Brooks.
Senator from Alabama.
I'd like to officiate the quorum.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the closure motion on the motion to proceed to H.R. 6500.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 320, H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports from certain countries in Africa under the African Growth and Opportunity Act to extend custom user fees and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that a debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports from certain countries in Africa under the African Growth and Opportunity Act to extend custom user fees and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa-Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Ms. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Britt, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Crapo, Duckworth, Haggerty, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kim, Lee, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rounds, Schatz, Shaheen, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner. Ms. Warren voted in the negative. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Sanders, no.
Mr. Warnock, aye.
Ms. Graham. Oop.
Mr. Moran, aye.
ready for me to go? Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 89 and the nays are 4. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to proceed.
Motion to proceed to calendar 320 HR 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S5221, a bill to prohibit the purchase, sale, or exchange of non-public information and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the calendar number 132, S289.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 132, S289, a bill to ban the sale of products with a high concentration of sodium nitrate to individuals and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
If there's no further debate, the question is on passage of the bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar 347 S3977.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 347 S3977, a bill to amend Title II United States Code to modify certain bankruptcy eligibility requirements and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar 422 S2666.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 422 S2666, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force of unlawful robocalls and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, August 4th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 6500 post-cloture. Further, that the Senate recess from 12:30 to 2:15 tomorrow for the weekly conference meetings, and that all time during recess adjournment, leaders' remarks and the morning business count post-closure on the motion to proceed to H.R. 6500.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.